Alaikum.
Well, alaikum assalam, brother. How are you?
Uh, uh,
How's your audio? Your audio's a little low right now.
it is.
Hmm.
How about now?
That sounds better.
Okay. Yes, sir.
So, how's the tsunami building in your part of the world?
This building, brother. I got these problem clients. That's what you're talking about, my tax business, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I got these problem clients, man. I got this nonprofit. This one of my bigger clients, and I do the compilation work, and we turn it over to CPA, and he would prepare the 990s. So this year they went to another CPA, and the last few years when the CPA would make adjustments to prepare the 990, he wouldn't share those adjustments with me. So I couldn't reflect that on the whatever changes he made. And man, I looked at that stuff, man. I've been trying to with my records get the beginning balance to work, so the rest of it work, right?
Hmm.
And he sharing with me now that the 990 that you got prepared was wrong. I said, yeah, I know now. He had on the balance sheet he had cash of 36,000. And according to my records according to my records and the bank statement, they had more cash than that. I said, man. Anyway, so he's trying to get a grant and he needs it by the 23rd. And I've been trying to do my stuff around his stuff. And I'm just give what I got to the new CPA until it don't bug me. Make it work. So that's and then now now I got to do the W-2s and 1099s for my clients. So I'm kind of behind in that, so I'll be working today again. I worked all day yesterday.
Yeah, I can imagine you really don't have any days off between now and probably sometime in what, May?
Yeah, probably working straight through to well, thankfully I got one nonprofit. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, this nonprofit. I can just do the postcard. I'm gonna do the postcard probably early, if you don't mind. Get it out.
I, I mean, as far as hours goes, I mean, as long as it's done before the deadline, anytime before the deadline is fine with me.
Yeah,
And
but
I don't think anybody else other than Omar probably understands the timing, you know?
the deadline
So
is May 15th, so we got time, you know.
yeah. So I mean, I'm saying anytime that you feel the urge to, you know, do that, go for it, man.
Well, sometimes you like just like to get stuff out of the way so you can't mess it up.
Exactly.
Forget about
Yeah.
it.
Right.
It's done.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at man, Tyler.
Walaikum assalam. How you all doing?
All right.
Mom Tarek, assalamu alaikum, brother. How are you?
I'm doing well. Walaikum assalam. Good, good, good.
I'll be meaning to ask you this, Imam Tyler. Don't take it personal, brother. Why you
I'm
use a
li I'm listening.
why you use a camera and we only get the top part of your head?
Lord. Okay. I'm not gonna do anything but turn this where you can see me.
Okay, good. Good.
I, I'm gonna do this. I hear and I obey. Oh,
Alhamdulillah.
that's a good one, though, brother. Man, thank you. Thank you. Hold on. I need something to prop this up too. No, that ain't working. No, I'll be using my cell phone. Another thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Now can you see me?
Yes, that's
Yes,
better, bro.
we got you.
Mhm.
Well, at least your camera's on, man.
He talking about somebody. I won't say who.
No, my camera's not on.
Oh, your camera's not on. You talking about you can't see me. All right. Well, I tell you. All right.
Hey, look, Imam,
What?
sorry.
Yeah.
Some every now and then we slip back down into being Negroes.
I'm gonna stay silent.
Because hey, look, that's when we get into that I'm gonna pull your coat mode.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay silent.
Yeah,
Look,
man.
hey, you gotta laugh every now and then, brother.
Oh,
Sometimes,
Lord have mercy. Yes, you do. In light of what stuff we have to deal with.
Oh
oh
man,
yeah.
it's crazy. It is crazy.
That'll work.
So what else been going on, brothers?
It is well, I was listening to DeLacy's program yesterday,
Okay.
at least the first hour of it. And he touched on some things about his program was supposed to be about Tawhid, but of course it evolved from that into really kind of talking about the Islamic Ummah and the issues that we have across the world, whether you're talking about Sudan or you're talking about Gaza, West Bank, different places, things going on in Yemen, so on and so forth. And there's there's always rightfully the discussion and inference that Israel is at the root of everything,
Mm.
right? Even either the comment was made of Israel influencing the United States to involve themselves in whatever's going on in Iran and different things like that. So can't be dismissed because we know that Israel is influential with the Western countries, including our own. The one thing that always gets me, and it can't be fear because we don't take money from these people, is how we never assign blame to the Muslims who are instigating stuff in places like Sudan, Yemen, Iran, Libya, and probably some other places I'm not naming. That the biggest group throwing salt is Muslims.
Mm.
If you go look at Yemen, it's a proxy war between Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. If you go look at Sudan, almost all the weapons and training of both groups comes from the United Arab Emirates. If you look at Libya, the hand that is throwing gasoline on the fire is United Arab Emirates.
So the question is, why do they have a dog in the fight?
Well, because they want in Libya, what does Libya have?
Oil,
Or Libya has oil.
that sweet oil, that oil that's
Very sweet oil.
easy
Maybe
to
the sweetest
refine,
oil. Exactly. Exactly.
low cost to get it out the ground and bring it to market.
What is United Arab Emirates all about?
I don't know. You have to help me on that one.
Money.
Yeah.
Dubai shames Las Vegas. Las Vegas is a religious commune compared to Dubai.
Mm-hmm.
They put on a good front. They tell their imams what to preach.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the dirtiest, filthiest place on the face of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
You can
Are
do
you
any,
talking about, Edward, pardon me for the interruption, are you
no
talking
problem,
about morally dirty?
morally dirty.
Morally
Oh,
dirty.
okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Mm.
There is no more immoral place in the world than Dubai.
And they are perfect example of what the Quran says about the desert Arabs.
Mm-hmm. They are. That's exactly what they are.
Yep.
And they are funding. So if you go to Yemen and you're concerned about what's going on in Yemen, there's a separatist group in Yemen that's taken control of a part of the country there that wants to create its own country separate from the rest of Yemen. All of their backing is from United Arab Emirates. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that the United States doesn't poke their nose in here, throw a little money over here, sell some guns over here, or allow somebody to sell some guns and tanks, and well, not tanks, but drones and probably shoulder fired missiles and all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to say that we're not involved in any way. I'm not naive. But it's Muslims slaughtering Muslims.
And that it is. Well, since you also got to look at since the current administration has relationships with those like Saudi Arabia, like the UAE, you understand? They have relationships with them.
Yes, business relationships.
But that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, strong business
It's money,
relationships.
money.
Yes, it's money.
That's why they had the so-called peace agreement. What do they call that? What do they call the Abraham Accords?
Yeah, Abrahamic Accords. Yes.
Yeah, had those discussions in the in on the group was UAE.
Mm-hmm.
So when do they get when do they get involved in international whatever, and excluded the Palestinians.
Right.
And we know that Jared Kushner has good relationships with those entities, Saudi Arabia, UAE.
Yes.
So with them, it's money.
Right.
So now it's become exasperated because of the money factor.
The audio.
So all these things are coming into play. Really. So
I guess the thing that so in our situation though, and I was listening to a Kuba on Friday. I want to say it was well, I mean, yeah, two different Kubas. So one I was at, and the imam talked about us coming together as a community because we don't exhibit the political and economic weight that we could because we were so scattered. So, and then I listened to another khutbah from another masjid, and the brother was kind of saying the same thing. And I don't know. I don't know what our numbers are because we're scared to take a head count. We have no idea of how many of us there actually are.
No, we don't.
And I don't know if there's enough of us to make a difference on the national scene. But I do say this, and I believe this to be true, that as far as understanding the workings of the political machinery in the United States of America and an understanding of how the United States can best reflect the teaching of the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet in political and economic matters, there's nobody better suited than us. And I think that our power might lie in our ability to influence our more moneyed cousins from the quote unquote immigrant community to follow our lead, to help them to understand how this machinery works and what its aims are and how we can influence it into the right direction.
Possibly.
Because these men, okay, so just this past week, temporary whatever status that the Somalis had, gone. And all bunch of African countries, basically no immigration coming from them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're starting to, there's a friend of mine who her daughter is dating a young man from Gabon. He's going to college. His whole family that's over here that was with him,
Mm-hmm.
it could happen any minute if they're all swooped up and gone.
Right.
And it's not because they've done anything wrong. They're no threat to the United States of America or anything like that. The political situation that they're in, they have no power. There's nobody to speak to them, speak for them. And 95% of them, when they see us coming, they turn their back and go the other way.
Yeah, because they bit into that lie that they thought it would help them by saying they're not Negroes.
Exactly.
And they let that be known outwardly to us.
Yes.
And so you got to, they're not like the, y'all remember I was telling you about this Yemeni brother that's my client, and he came in my office and said he voted for Trump.
Yep.
Remember him?
I remember him.
So he was in my office a couple of days ago. I think it might have been Thursday. He said, Brother Adam, you were right. He told me I was right. At least he admitted it, right?
Exactly. At least
So he might be one that would accept our help.
Mm-hmm.
But the rest of them guys, it takes a special type of person. If you done dogged us out and put us down or whatever, to put all that aside and ask for some help.
Right.
And that's their problem right now.
I know.
So,
yeah. All right. Adam, go ahead and open this up. We do have Imam Talib. Sister Martha has joined us. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum
My sister, my
assalam.
brother.
Yeah,
Assalamu alaikum.
assalamu alaikum, rahmatullah.
Brother Hassan, assalamu alaikum, brother. So we'll go ahead, Adam, go ahead and officially open us up.
Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم. مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين.
Amen.
I mean, so welcome everyone again. We'll get back to a little bit of the discussion that we were having, but I wanted to open today's meeting and give Imam Talib bin Uqda an opportunity to kind of recap his very wonderful presentation, which many of us listened into last Sunday on Study Al-Islam. And when we left an hour in to start our meeting, Adam and I were laughing, Imam Talib, when we both signed on here, that it seemed like you were just getting started because the questioners were lining up. People were not leaving, they were raising their hand. So give us a recap and, of everything that went on and just the impact that you think you had.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Starting with the last question first, the impact, it has brought several invitations from other masjids, other individuals to do either a specific type of presentation. For example, I've been asked to put together a talim on just health care power of attorney with the advance directive, because this particular community just recently experienced a rash of pioneers and many of their seniors dying, but their Christian families have not buried them as Muslims. And so when I spoke on those 5 ways to avoid a messy death, one of them being your healthcare and advance directive, and made it imperative, particularly the advance directive for Muslims, that piqued their interest. I did a program yesterday, Lifeline program with Sister Najima. She's with MAVA, the Muslim American Veterans Association. And let me apologize. No, I didn't do a program. I was listening to her program and the program before hers to get an idea as to the audience participation and the type of topics that they do on Lifeline. And Adam, that's part of your program on Thursday, right? Money Sense?
But I'm not associated with Lifeline.
Not okay. All right. Well, so she's invited me on Um, we have yet to pick a topic, to hone in on. But it was a result of her hearing the presentation. I guess as you all could see, there were perhaps, I think at its peak, there may have been over 220 people who were on the call. So, and these are people from all over the country. Um, I don't. I think I made. I think I made the announcement more than once, and it was posted on the presentation that as each month goes by, the second Sunday of each month, um, I'm going to be doing the presentation. So the first one dealt primarily with the 5 ways of avoiding a messy death. The next one that I'll be doing, inshallah, is on wills and trusts. I want to try to give the listeners or lay out some of the advantages and disadvantages of having both. But in our community, and I would tell you in the general population, that in the operation of my business, Avoid a Messy Death, I try to steer most of us away from trust and into wills where your family will be able to go in and apply for a small estate probate. And one of the things I'm going to be reiterating is that these end of life situations are personal. This is not a one size fits all. So, for example, if you are, let's say you are you're single, you're man or woman, you may own a home that you want to leave to your one child that you have. You live in a state that allows you to transfer that property on death. That is a simple enough situation that I would not recommend that you spend your time and your money investing in a trust, which can vary from state to state and cost thousands of dollars. So, but on the other hand, if you are this same single person and you own real estate, not only your own home, but maybe you have a couple of investment properties, a commercial property and maybe an apartment or that is still producing income. And you have other assets that's come from that income production. And different policies and things of value, then perhaps you should look into a trust, but it's going to be with the understanding that not only are you going to have the documentation, that is the actual trust itself, which my experience has been, it is contained in a 3-ring binder with indexes, or what do they call those things? With tabs that can be anywhere from an inch and a half to, I don't know, 3 inches thick. And it's information on your trust that's private. It's private to those who need to know, juxtaposed to a will, which is public. But having that trust and not taking the time to the time and have the knowledge and the wherewithal or the understanding to know what it is that you're doing to transfer those properties into the trust. What does your state say about transfer and recordation taxes? You physically have to go to your financial institutions and present the two, could be 3 pages of your trust to the bank, so that they can see that documentation that establishes the trust. There's a signature page, a notarized signature page on it that the bank is looking for, the name of the trust, who the trustees are, and then they will do the paperwork to move all of your bank accounts into the name of this trust. The same thing could apply should you have insurance, the 401ks, other investment instruments that you want to put in the name of the trust. I will tell you I'm still doing some research, because what I have just gleaned at is for any of us who are in these cryptocurrencies, there appears to be issues with how those cryptocurrencies can be passed on to to your family or wherever you want that cryptocurrency to go. Then I'll follow up in March with healthcare and advanced directive. In April, I'm going to deal with the financial powers of attorney. And with those two documents, what I want to stress what I want to stress for the Zoom audience is going to be how those two documents can be tailored for individuals. Because one of the things that I've run across in the past couple of years or so are people who are reluctant to sign over financial powers of attorney because they don't want to give that authority to anyone at this point, because as they look over the document and see the powers that they're extending, they start to, get a little nervous, get a little cringy. But what I have been able to show is that these documents can be tailored to your specifications. So if you want it, it's going to require some counseling, not counseling. It's going to require some conversations, because again, these are personal matters. So it's not one size fits all. let me see, May, I'm going to deal with funeral and burial arrangements. And what I hope to do with that information is to provide ways and means for those listening to make these plans and stop making excuses for why they don't have it. Because one of the easiest ways to avoid your Christian families taking over your Muslim burial is to, one, have the documentation already in place. My recommendation is in your advance directive. Have that in place where you specify how you're to be buried and who is to bury you. So this is going to require providing people information on funeral and burial insurance. It's not anything that most people want to look into, because to some folk it seems to be a bit morbid. And in other instances, it's almost like, you thinking it's going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy because you're preparing for death. But that puts you in a posture that says to me, you're still wrestling with these issues. And then I see your hand, Imam Tariq. I just want to say the last thing that I'm going to deal with is in June is the generational wealth building. How do you get to a point where you have assets to leave for your family? And when does this generational wealth building start? It's not going to be for everyone, because, a lot of the people who may have been on the call, they've got grown children. And, I've seen situations where you are in your 70s, you got 4 grown children, 3 out of the 4 are doing fine. But then there's that one rascal, that one black sheep that's in the family that may, bump up against any idea of trying to build a generational wealth. So how does that happen? And in our case, that's where I will be speaking more on the things that we're doing here at Graceline. Brother Imam. Yes, sir. Please. Yes, sir.
Assalamu alaikum. I was just had it up just for the point when you get ready to let us do what you invited me to do now. Yeah, but I'm patient. If you need to continue, I can wait.
No, I mean, I think I've given us an overall view.
Okay.
I would say that what I was doing, what I'm going to be doing, inshallah, with Study Al Islam, is going to be more general. And that's where I'm inviting any of the listeners to go to my website, fill out the form that I have there that takes less than 2 minutes to do. Once you finish and submit it, it automatically comes back to me, where once I receive it, I'll reach out to you and schedule for, now the website says a 15-minute consultation. And maybe I need to change that, because reviewing people's documentation and giving them some feedback on where I believe they may benefit in going from there is it's going to be more than 15 minutes. It's not going to be half a day, but it's going to be more than 15 minutes. I would estimate that it's probably going to be closer to 30, 45 minutes. People are going to have questions, but it is that jot form, that questionnaire that I have that only requires you to check boxes as to whether you have it, don't have it, or don't know. Maybe you have it, but you don't even know where it is. Or I may use, which I've found to be in a lot of cases, I may be asking you a question about something if you have it or don't have it, and you have to check the box don't know, only because you may not even know what it is. Or maybe I'm using a language or using some sort of what's that word? Nomenclature that they don't recognize. So, for example, when I say to people, if you are sole signer on your bank account and I suggest that you go into your bank and fill out a pay on death form. You may not have any clue as to what that is. So now when I talk, I offer the pay on death, the POD, or a beneficiary form. My presumption being that most people are going to be more familiar with the word beneficiary than they are pay on death. Another example, in your will, the legal, the majority of wills will interchange words to mean the same thing. The earlier wills, you were either an executor of the will or an executrix if you were a woman of a will. Now, a lot of wills are using personal representative. I have not run across a situation where a state will require you to use the word executor as opposed to personal representative. But as I said earlier, these matters are all personal. Lastly, I'll say this. My having these conversations, my primary, if not exclusive goal, is to plant a seed in hopes that one day you will act on these things, whether it's with me or with someone else. Get it done. Because the other thing I want us to recognize, and this is the last thing, every category that I mentioned to you, funeral and burial arrangements, powers of attorney for healthcare and financial, your finances, wills or trusts, everything. I just, in fact, I even found one more that I want to add to this. It slipped my mind right now, but all of those categories, the number of people who don't have them ranges anywhere from 64 to 75% of people who don't have any of those documents. So when I go and talk to people, this audience that I'm speaking to right now, I know that there's 65 to 75% of you that don't have these documents in place right now. So all I can do is be the Johnny Appleseed. All I can do is go around and spread these seeds and keep coming back with this same information in hopes that one day that seed is going to sprout. And I want to, the irony here is this. Sister Fitra contacted me in the late summer of 2025 to ask me to do these second Sunday programs, to come on Study Al-Islam and do what I started to do this past month and moving into the next one, inshallah. The irony here is this. Sister Fitra and I had a conversation. We had several conversations and exchanges of emails. And one of the things that I said to her a few months ago was, I want to get with you and help you put your affairs in order, because I find it to be somewhat hypocritical that you've got me on as a guest talking about these things and you don't have them. I had no idea, only Allah knows. I had no idea that she called me, and it might not even have been a call. It might have been an email, no, a text. She texted me and wanted to know what day, Monday or Tuesday, would I be available to speak to her about getting her affairs in order. Sometime that same week, she went in the hospital. And I would tell you this had to be close to a month ago. She's still in the hospital. Doing better, but in the hospital. So the value of having these things done is tantamount to our lives. We gotta have it, and whatever it's gonna take to get us. And I'm speaking to Graceline now, to get us on the same page where we have these things. I'm available. I mean, I'll help in any way I can. I know some of you have asked me to send you information on your states. I've done that. I mean, and we'll continue to do it. But I would also encourage you to take that next step. Go onto my website, fill that form out, and let's start a personal conversation as to how we're going to get these things done. And I would say this too, and let me just put this out there as well. I have a price structure that's not for everybody. So I can extend to I can extend to Graceline the opportunity to get these documents done at a significantly reduced price that I have been giving to Muslims in particular, where I do the 3 documents. It could be 4, and I'll explain to you why. Your financial power of attorney, your health care power of attorney with an advance directive. Some states require that your health care power of attorney and your advance directive be separate. And then the last would be your will. And if you are in a state if you're in a state, well, let me change this. If you own property in a state that offers a transfer on death deed for an additional $50, I will get that form to you as well, so that you can then take all of these documents to your state a notary and get it notarized. But we have got to start somewhere. I do, and lastly, even at the reduced rate, if it's something, I also accept payment plans, layaway, whatever you want to call it. And we're going to, and I allow for an initial draft with 2 follow-ups. Anything beyond those 2 follow-ups, if you require, let's see, initial 1, 2, if you require a 4th iteration or something to complete this, that's where it's going to start to cost you, because that's going to be an additional $150. And the reason for it is we've walked through essentially 3 drafts, and you still want to make changes. And it's at that point that I'm ready to move on. Because keep in mind, this is avoid a messy death. This is not avoid a messy death and associates. So, I'm pretty much a one-man band, but I've started, over the years, I've started to collect information on different states. So it's easier for me to pull down some of these documents, but the amount of time and research that I have to spend, for example, catching up on changes in state law. I just finished doing research on documents that I may put together for an individual who lives in Illinois, but they're going to be moving to Indiana. Well, what do they do with those documents? Right? Because, do they have to start over? The short answer is no. Many of the documents are transferable. Your will, you can create or I can create what is known in the legal world as a codicil. It's no more than an amendment to your will that recognizes your will is now being controlled under the state of Indiana and not, where you were in Illinois. Every healthcare and financial power of attorney that I've seen is portable. So if you sign, a healthcare advance directive in one state, let's say you were in Virginia, and then you move to Florida. Florida is obligated to recognize your power of attorney from Virginia. Let me stop there. And I'm certainly willing to entertain any questions or any comments. I would like to stay away from the accolades, unless you think it's going to be of a benefit, to me. But Imam Tariq, would you start us off?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for that informative piece here. I just wanted to share with you all concerning what you was talking about, that document, mainly due to death and you having a quote unquote Christian family members who would, well, a week ago Thursday, a sister here at our masjid, she passed. Her mother called me to let me know about it and said that she wanted to fulfill her daughter's rights when it comes to the Muslim burial. So I was listening to her, and I couldn't recall if the sister had went ahead and did what we drafted up, a will of the living concerning death. And her mother was reading from that, and I discovered later on in the conversations. And so that being said, her mother did fulfill that. She said, well, what funeral home should I have the coroner to call? And so I told her which one here in Biloxi. So Saturday, moving forward, that Saturday, the body was washed and shrouded. Okay. Last Sunday, reason I wasn't here because we had the funeral last Sunday at the location where she grew up at the church, not in the church, but on the grounds of the church. They have their cemetery. Well, I did bring to the mother's attention that we have two cemeteries here on the coast, et cetera, et cetera. Well, one here on the coast, Muslim, and quote unquote, of course, New Medina, we can go there too. But the mother said, I want to take her to bury her next to my mom and my father. I didn't go against any of that, However, she did say, I want to put her in, quote unquote, a box. I'm just saying box. It was a wooden one, nice looking one. And so we got there, we explained to them, well, first I selected 3 or 4 verses that I felt fitted her character and her being a worker for this masjid. And then I read to them from the janazah, told them what I would be saying silently, and did it in English to them silently. Not one person, when I told them that the direction and how we stand up and say it silent, not one person that was under that tent remained seated. They all stood up and joined those in that prayer line. And there was only 3, maybe 3, 4 Muslims there. And I thought I would share that with you all, since you mentioned that about having that will concerning your death as a Muslim. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, wa alaikum assalam. Yes, sir. I mean, that is I'm glad to hear that, because that is opposite some of the stories that I've been hearing about lately.
Mhm.
And it's also important because there was a brother at Masjid Muhammad's community that mentioned the same thing to me about uh, how we as Muslims need to approach the janazas of our members of other Muslims when there are Christians um, that may either be dominating the procession, or even just present. That we need to lower the wing of humility to them and not be so unaccommodating in in our service that may have a tendency to turn them away from the religion, as opposed to wanting to know more about it. Um, he essentially wanted to view janazas more as an opportunity for dawah, um, and not, not beat them over the head, um, with with our differences. So I do appreciate that story.
Well, one more
Alhamdulillah.
thing, Imam Talib, since you made mention of that, I did have several people to approach me afterwards and
Hmm.
say, "What time do you all have y'all worship service?"
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's the dawah.
Yeah.
That's the dawah. I mean,
Hmm.
and you were, and I have witnessed other imams that offer the explanation of the janazah prayer. Okay, and even even during during that service, even when they speak the Arabiya from the Quran, they will then translate it in English for for those
Hmm.
that those Christians that may be in the audience. I've also seen where, and many, I'm sure many of your massages may do it as well, where the community will offer chairs for guests that are attending the service, as opposed to having them sit on the floor. The only requirement in that instance, everybody's got to take their shoes off. So I mean, if you happen to come with holes in your socks that day, apologies for that, but shoes, unless they're being seated in an area where that's not going to be required. But it has been my experience in attending janazas where we know um, there's going to be a large Christian presence. We plan for that. Um, I mean, in every instance that I can think of now, um, when we've set up chairs for Christian family members to come in, we put them as close to um, the casket or of their loved one as we possibly can. There's no we don't try to separate the men from the women. Some instances, and I don't know if they still do this or not. Sometimes it's not even necessary because there's some Christian family members that have some inkling of what to do. So you'll see sometimes the sisters will be there and provide head coverings for the female Christian members. Some of them come in with their heads already covered.
You know, may I interrupt just real briefly again,
Yeah, go
Is
ahead, man.
that
No,
since you
anybody.
brought that
Yeah,
up, since you
sure.
brought that up, I did not make mention of the roles concerning gender.
Okay.
I just let them line up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Some
Right.
felt I'm like, no,
Right.
I'm gonna leave that. I'm gonna leave that alone because this is probably not the time to
No, sir.
deal with that. No. Yeah. So thank you. Yeah. I feel much better now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what Imam W.D. Muhammad called using your intelligence.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, oh man. Well, alhamdulillah. Yeah. So yeah, this is were there any other questions or comments from anyone else?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Alhamdulillah.
I just wanted to see if I could
Wait a
get
minute, before you start, I got to ask first, where is Rabani? you in the country?
Let me call him under all these boxes, documents and books
Okay.
and stuff.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and no assistance.
Go ahead.
So alhamdulillah, I told you, I think I told you all that we had gotten a permit for the masjid in Raleigh. So they're going to have a groundbreaking in February, yeah, right before Ramadan, I believe, right before Ramadan. And we have another permit that we hope to get this week for Columbia, Masjid Edition. And another permit, hopefully this week, from the cemetery in Charlotte. We've been working on that for about 4 or 5 years. Yeah. So hopefully all this will come right before we begin the month of fasting of Ramadan. So inshallah. Now I was going to call you about getting the documents sent to my house in South Carolina. I think I mentioned that before to you. South Carolina.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and
Yeah,
I thought I sent them to you, but I'll send them again.
What? Okay, and I'll text you the address.
Yeah, I'll send them again. I'm almost sure to a certainty that let me see.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, I can do that.
Right. Because I have two things I have to include in that, whether I'm overseas or here in the States. You see?
Yep.
In terms of
and I've got language. I've got language for that. I've got language for that already. That
and I have go ahead.
No, what I was going to just say is I've got language for it that you can modify. If there's any parts of it that you either want to add to it or remove from
it. Yeah. Because I have when I retired from Florida A&M University, we have, these organization for retired teachers in Florida, and they have a package that allows you to ship my body anywhere and will be paid for. You see, if I'm overseas and I have I'll have the documents overseas or take them to the embassy, they'll have my body shipped. If that's the case, if my daughter, will be the overseer of my documents, shipped to the States where I could be buried here in the States.
Okay.
Then I and also have a undertaker who is a Muslim brother who is in South Carolina. He practices in South Carolina. He has his license in North Carolina also. That if the cemetery is ready, I could be buried in Charlotte at the Masjid al-Shahid. So these are some of the things that I would have to incorporate into those documents,
Right.
so that everybody will be on the same page.
Right.
So,
right. And I just look, and I and I'm still looking. I do have South Carolina documents readily available. Okay. Here's the last one I'm looking for. I found all of them, but okay, here it is. And yeah, and so I've got all of South Carolina documents available. But what I don't have, and this will, you've prompted me to have to do this. I don't have it for Muslims. So there is, I can send you the sample, but my preference would be to send you the sample for Muslims because it is the same document. It's a state approved document, but there is additional language that would include, for example, what you just talked about. In your advance directive, it would give the names and contact information for the person you want handling your body. I've added, that to it to obligate, those who are in authority over this to honor your wishes.
right.
Same thing with the financial power of attorney. The state documents are general, but it allows for specific instructions. Because, and in your case, it's going to be somewhat, complicated is not the word, but it's going to have to be carefully written because you've got a business that needs to be considered. So this isn't just about you. It also needs to address
the two businesses.
The businesses.
Yeah, the businesses. Yeah.
Okay. And what what you want to have happen with them, and I'm just kind of thinking out loud now. Yeah, let's talk because I want to.
Okay.
Yeah, let's talk. Yeah, because as I said, these are personal matters,
yeah.
They only,
Exactly.
it was between, you and I. Yeah.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Uh,
So,
all right. So,
but
okay.
I do have those. South Carolina is one of the states that I have the documents, and I will tell you, um, just as a general matter, that South Carolina is one of those states that require separate health care and a separate advance directive.
Hmm.
So, but I have both. So, um, I can get that. I can get that
You just
down to you.
tell me, tell me how much it is, and I'll take care of
I'll
you
get it.
quick.
I'll get it down. I'll get it down to you. If one of the things you can do is to um, go on my website, avoid messy death, and I'll put it in the chat. Avoidmessydeath.com and fill that um, fill that questionnaire out. Shouldn't take more than 2 minutes. I think I need it. Yep. So I just put it in the chat there.
Okay.
Uh,
All right.
so were there any other questions or comments that people wanted to make? And um, so I did something this morning, and I've been working on this for I would tell you probably the last couple of months, but now it's getting down to um, where the rubber is hitting the road. I started a couple of months ago taking a look at the very things that starting sometime in mid-March, we're going to be bringing, Graceline is going to be bringing the financial empowerment, workshops um, to the public. But it got me to thinking about my own 50-30-20 plan and how I needed to know a little bit more about my own budget. I mean, yeah, I work with the numbers. Yes, I pay the bills, been doing it for decades, but it's always been on automatic. If you were while I may know on a monthly basis what my expenses are, that is what in this case, what's being taken from my bank account each month, I could tell you. What I can't tell you without just going down a list is what my monthly expenses are. I recently, and I would tell you recent in this case is going to be in the last 4 months, because we were doing these kinds of financial empowerment things, and I'm reading and sending myself articles to later review. I've taken my own debt service from somewhere between $52,000 and $55,000. When I'm talking to my family, I just tell them it's 50. Down to last I looked, in December, I'm down to 28,000. And I realized this morning in talking, with my wife and her talking to me, she recognizes that I'm the one who's paying the bills. But before she could tell me that, I told her that this is debt that I created because I'm the one handling the money. And so it's been my job these past 4 months and going and continuing to get us out of this debt. But simultaneously, since I created it, and there's been no issues about the creation of the debt because her and I both see where it's going. But what we are starting to do in getting out of this debt is to stop, to the best of our ability, pay cash without using the credit cards. So the gas, the food, we rarely, if ever, go out to dinner. But if we did, we're going to start paying in cash. She has a goal, I have a goal. And what these calls have helped me to do, what Omar's program has done, is to help me establish my own plan, my own budget, and start to make these sorts of decisions that are not just going to help me, but should I die tomorrow, and I'm picking tomorrow because I hope to get this done today, she'll have a document or some documents that tell her how to move forward. So my goal is to get us out of this debt. And I got a plan for that, and Allah is helping me to work through that. As I told you, I mean, I went from 52 to 55,000. Now I'm down to 28. So it's working. Simultaneous to that, I get a chance to look and see what I can cut from my budget that I thought I needed, but I don't need, and perhaps I don't need to be paying as much. That means come next week, I'm going to be on the phone talking to T-Mobile to see if I can get our, what do we have? We got 2, 3. I think we have 3 phones at 105, unlimited data, whatever that means. And if I remember correctly, the 3rd phone is only there because of the package that they put together. So sometimes when you go to certain vendors, like I was setting up internet. I was setting up something with Comcast because the for one of my clients whose apartment building had some sort of Comcast had some exclusivity in the apartment building. Everything was already, Wi-Fi was already in each apartment. The modems were already there. But for this particular client, I declined to get any of their services because this person did not need the internet. All they wanted was cable. But in this particular apartment building, they would not sell the cable without putting it with something else. That something else, yeah, that something else was a landline. Well, he don't need a landline because I'm going to get him a mobile phone. We need a landline. So we declined any of their service, and what I ended up doing was getting a television and paying, I think it might have been $72 for a Fire Stick, and just stuck that in the back because this is not a person that's got to watch 1,000 channels. A television for some people, like my wife says, is just a friend. Somebody that's just in the room with you. It's on, you hear something, but a lot of times you may not even be paying attention, but you need that company. All right. So, but the point I'm making to us is this. Again, we can't be on these calls talking about these financial empowerment things and not be, at least for me, not being the message that I bring. And so I'm also going to encourage us to do the same things. I mean, it's, for you to be able to see it on paper, what your debt looks like, and I mean all of it. And then once you see it, then you'll be able to know where just to cut it. And I'm telling you, and I think many of us know this, when you start to do this kind of, when you start doing things to help yourself, Allah is going to send you what you need. It could come in the form of just the conversation that I'm having with you now, or a conversation that someone else may raise with you that you recognize, I could use that. And then you start to act on it. Every time I put myself in a position like I am now, Allah sends things to me to support what I'm doing, to engage my intellect. I got an article today that I sent to myself, and I'll send it to the rest of us because you may find some benefit in it, of a couple who is making they recently got married. They're making maybe a combined salary of $90,000 a year. They've got $50,000 in debt, including mortgage, and $30,000 in I think it was $30,000 just in an automobile, in automobiles alone. And they were recently married. Wife was 45, husband was 51. And they were struggling. And as I read the article, the struggle came in where the wife was trying to get out of this debt but the husband was keeping he was keeping things from her because he was controlling the finances. So he was spending more money using the credit cards that was keeping their debt high. And they seemed to be underwater. But what was interesting about the three suggestions that they were given, the couple was given, there was one line item in there of $1,000 that that the people who were giving the advice, these were I don't know if they were financial planners. In fact, I think does Dave Ramsey ring a bell to any of you?
Yes, he's a financial counselor who appears mostly on radio.
Okay. All right. Well, it was I would tell you, his team that was giving advice. And one of the line items that they recommended the couple keep, I think it was $1,000 a month that they were paying for therapy, which I found to be, kind of interesting. Never having to engage the services of a professional therapist. Not saying that it's not necessary. Just because I haven't engaged one doesn't mean that I don't need one. But most of the time when I'm looking for therapy, I have conversations with my wife. If I need therapy, I'll turn to Quran and Sunnah because I know the answers to any of my problems is in there somewhere. I just and if I take that step towards trying to find the answer, Allah's going to take several steps toward me in helping me to find that answer. Sometimes it's going to be direct. Sometimes it may come from places I don't even know. But I know I have to be open to suggestions, recommendations, even articles like the one that I read this morning. It sparked what is going to end up being a therapeutic conversation for me. That I can't just continue down this line of spending, not really concerned about it, only because this was my old thought. I've got no mortgages. At the present time, I have no car notes. I've got an insurance policy enough to pay off any debt that I had, even when it was over $50,000. My wife and son would be able to pay that off and not miss a beat and still walk away with 6 figures. But that was, I would tell you, that was almost like playing with fire. To think that I don't have to worry about debt because I got that covered. And then continue to spend on things that we considered necessary, because I'm not going out and just doing stuff without my wife or my family knowing what it is that I'm doing. We recently had a conversation and are still having them but we've made a decision we're getting ready to put solar panels on my house. And we had some elongated discussions as to whether or not we were going to go with free or whether we were going to purchase and own the panels ourselves. The difference being, if they're free, the company that installs them gets all of the credits, i.e., they're the ones in Washington, D.C., that will receive what essentially is like a dividend check once or twice a year, maybe every 6 months, or it could be annual. I'm not absolutely sure. But it, as an investment, it sure looked attractive to me. I could invest this $54,000 for 41 panels and immediately start to see value coming back. I'm sorry? Oh,
I said return.
Yeah, I could immediately see a return on this investment, starting with the first payment that they estimated was going to be somewhere between what, $3,000-4,000, and then the next year, there was more and more and more and more. At the end of the day, and the end of the day was a 20-year term. I'd be looking at just over $100,000 in return. So net to me over that 20-year period would have been a little over $55,000. So yes, I would have gotten my money back, and absolutely it would pay for itself, because when you looked over at that third column, what you would pay in electric, if anything, was less than $100. All right. So, but we had the conversation to talk this thing through, and the decision was made to go with the free. Because my argument was, just from my perspective, I wasn't interested in taking on $50-something thousand worth of debt for a solar system, $50-something thousand worth of debt just to get
Up and
a
running.
return on the investment of these panels. So and I couldn't really justify it, because it would have then required me to take funds that I've already earmarked to help me get out of this debt. And now, instead of it going down, it's going to start to rise. And, I was trying to think of ways, and I could have probably come up with a way that I could have put my hands on $54,000 and got this done. But at the end of the day, I looked at the long term. I looked at the fact that I'm 73 years old. I may get to see another 20 years. I don't know. But I didn't see the long-term value in this debt accumulation that would have got me to the same end, the same goal of reducing my electric bill. Whether I purchased it or get it for free, in both instances, I'm reducing my electric bill. I'm going with the free. And I'm going to get the benefit of reducing my electric bill that is literally out of this world. And this just isn't me, all across the DMV, people's electric bills have doubled and tripled. because of something. I think it's like some sort of delivery service,
Data centers.
and the data centers was always in the conversation because they're using a tremendous amount of, I mean, unfathomable amounts of kilowatt hours to drive these. I mean, in some cases, I've heard their data centers occupying 100,000 square feet of space. That's a
Easy.
lot of electricity, and so the rest of us are paying for this. So my last electric bill was starting to creep up. Without going into detail, because I don't want to give you false numbers. My entire life since I've been paying utilities, because I'm in a 4-season environment, my gas bill has always been higher in the winter. My electric bill has always been lower. Come spring, summer, maybe in the fall, that reverses itself. My electric bill, because we're running the air conditioners, that's always higher, and the gas is always super low. I mean, super low. Less than $100. Sometimes, like just the bare minimum, like it might be 32, 35, 45. Because the only thing that we're operating off of gas at that point in this house is a dryer, hot water heater, and of course my furnace is turned off. I don't have my HVAC system, as it were, is I don't have your typical HVAC with vents. I've got the mini splits, the ductless heat pumps. So my gas is low, but now my electric bill, my gas bill this month was $300 and something. My current electric bill is $584. I mean, that's just ridiculous. So the purchase of these panels has come right on time, because like in the next 30, 60, 90 days, whatever it's going to take for them to complete this project, I'll continue to pay whatever the electric is. But once they flip that switch and turn those panels on, I'm anticipating, according to the chart that they provided, I'm anticipating my electric bill is just going to drop off. I'm going to be paying nothing. So all of that, I'm going to factor into my budget. It don't mean that now that I don't, maybe 90 days from now when my electric bill is zero, I'm not going to then take $500 and just blow it. No, it gives me the opportunity to be able to make sure we've got, 6 months of an emergency fund that's just set aside for that. And there is an opportunity to continue. Maybe there's a project. I mean, hell, I can put some money aside for the building of the credit union. I'll be in a better financial position to be able to support those things that I want to do while I'm on this side of the dirt. But what the difference in what I'm starting to do now is, and it's because of this group and Omar's plan that he put together, that now what's up in my head is going to be written. And not only will I be able to see it, but the family will be able to see it as well. Because my wife has asked me, she wants me to give her certain information that she can put in a file. She's organized. I'm the one that's scattered, where I keep stuff up in here, you know. So, but I wanted to say that, you know, to us, and please don't get the idea that that my life is smooth sailing. I'm keeping you all in the positive because you don't want to hear the flip side. You don't want to hear, but trust and believe, if we were to start to have gripe sessions, I would be right there in line with you.
In the forefront.
Hey, man, look, I mean, I'll just give you one. And I mean, it's I don't know what's going to happen to all these plans I'm making, but I would tell you in the next 4 to 5 months, I'm going to be losing a tenant of 15 years that's never had to even pay a late fee. I mean, they've been on time every month, sometimes a couple days ahead. And I mean, they finally decided to bite the bullet. They didn't want to move. The rules and regulations, the parking rules and regulations of the city pretty much forced them out. Forced them to get their own place that was self-contained. So they're going from my 3,200 square foot building, where I was getting $100,000 a year, roughly 8,500, yeah, 8,500 a month. So I mean, do the math, whatever that is, that's what I've been getting annually from them. And I would tell you, in that range for maybe the last 7, 8 years. But they getting ready to go. They bought a 16,000 plus square foot office warehouse space with on-premise parking that they're now building out. And so the next challenge that I'm going to be facing come somewhere around May, June, is that water spigot is going to be cut off. I won't be able to go to that well no more and get no more water. All right. So, but I've got a plan for that. So that's part of the inspiration to get this debt down before the water gets cut off. You know, so but that's, you know, that's just part of what we're all dealing with, you know, at different points. But I guess the point I want to make is, and maybe some of you are doing this, but I think if we start to put this stuff down on paper and start to see where we are in our process, our day-to-day lives may improve, inshallah. They may improve because, and I'm gonna just speak for myself, right now, I'm functioning off of autopilot. I'm living day to day. And I work from Juma to Juma. So I know, God willing, I'm going to see Juma on Friday. Well, before I get there, I have a day-to-day life that is pretty much like a routine where I know I've got certain things that I need to do. But now I want to focus my attention more on not just my finances, but how my finances are going to affect my family, because they're ours. They're ours. There is a provision in every will, whether you have one or don't have one, that the first thing the courts, I can assure you the courts will do, is to make sure your debts are paid. Don't think for one moment that the day you die, it wipes out your debt. It doesn't. It does not. Your family is going to be responsible for that debt. Now, it'll be determined through the probate process who's going to get paid, what assets are there. If there are no assets, there may end up being debt written off. Unless you are unless you are like joint accounts, like you and your spouse have a mortgage. When one of you dies, that mortgage falls on you. That's your responsibility. Maybe if you have a joint credit card, the same thing exists. If you had a credit card just in your name only, then that's a personal debt, but it's a debt that goes against your estate. So the credit card company, I would tell you, depending on the amount, they're going to stake a claim. They're going to make a claim. Because most of us know that part of the process of probate is you advertising in, I'm going to say, reputable newspapers, and you'll know that they are, because generally in the back of them they'll have legal notices. And it's in those legal notices where once you file the probate, the court requires that you run a legal notice. In most states I've seen for at least 2 weeks in a publication that's widely circulated. And people who are the holders of your debt, they check for that. I mean, on a daily basis, death certificates, which have to be filed, wills and probate, so that if you owe anybody, they're gonna step up and get paid. You might end up finding out that your spouse may have gone out and signed a contract that you're not aware of. Left where full payment is going to be required. You lease a vehicle. Upon your death, you turn that vehicle, upon the death of the spouse, you turn that vehicle in, If both of your names are on there, they're going to be looking for their money. The finance company, the one, the dealership that sponsored the lease, they want to get paid. So just because you gave them the car back, that doesn't mean that you don't owe them. You still got to pay. So those are types of things that we need to be looking at now, so that when that day comes and either you or your spouse is no longer on this side of the dirt, somebody's going to have to pay. Any taxes that you owe, the IRS is going to come after whatever assets you may have left. That's why it's important that any assets that you have, create beneficiaries for them, because it supersedes anyone trying to attach an insurance policy. That gets paid out. All you need to do is produce a death certificate and your identification. Some companies pay faster than others. A death certificate may raise a red flag, particularly if it is a homicide. But most death certificates, if you're under the care of a doctor or you're in the care of a hospital, they put the cause of death. It could be pneumonia, etc. Should you die in a traffic accident, Muslim, there will be an autopsy. There's no way to get around that. You can put in any document you want that you don't want to be autopsy. But if you should die in a traffic accident, or even if you were to be hit by an automobile and die, there's going to be an autopsy. Ain't no way to get around it. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, all of the documents that I have, particularly when I'm adding language to those documents that I feel are required for our religion, I put a tagline in there, words to the effect, if they're not in violation of state law. So, but these have to be planned for, and I'm only talking about, right now, I'm only talking about plans that you need to have for you or your spouse. I ain't stuck anything in there about your children. We all assume that our children are going to live longer than we do. I ain't found no guarantees on that. So, Allah have mercy on us should one of our children pass before we do. Well, they've got an estate. In some cases, if you have younger children, or let's say grandchildren that the courts have given you authority over, your documents need to appoint a guardian for minors. If you've got people in your family with disabilities, particularly 100% disabilities, those that require special needs, there's even I don't know much about it except by title and purpose, but there's even such a thing as a trust for the mentally ill. And all of this, and I haven't even mentioned, and I'm not trying to put a burden on us, But these are things that you need to think about should you have to be hospitalized. They're going to be medical bills. Those not paid. So the best advantage that I could give most people is to make sure, again, that any assets you have, that bank account that has a beneficiary on it, any of your insurance policies, your pensions, anything that allows you to leave something to somebody else, have them listed as the beneficiary so that they can claim it. Because if you don't, that money then goes into your estate. And let's say you got a $50,000 insurance policy that you named a beneficiary, but that beneficiary predeceased you. When you die, that 50,000 goes into your estate. And if you owed any money, a reverse mortgage on the home, a leased vehicle, if you had any debt, credit card, or whatever it may be, those companies, and maybe even your medical bills, those entities, they're going to start clawing away at that $50,000 policy. And then the courts are going to have to sort it out. The courts are going to have to determine what level of priority they're going to put those that you owe money to see that they're not left whole in the bag. When it comes down, the only time that I can think of off the top of my head right now where an entity would try to get back any monies that they put out is going to come through any Medicaid or Medicaid affiliated programs. There is a period of time, and if I remember correctly, it's 5 years and a day. And I mean, it's, from what I understand when I was researching this, it's like down to the minute of when you transferred certain assets. There is, in the Medicaid world, there's what they call I'm just going to call it a 5-year look back period. If you do certain transfers, particularly of property, if you did that transfer more than 5 years ago, you would have nothing to be concerned about. And I'm going to just say 5 years and a day. Because when Medicaid looks at it, they look at the dates. When they do that 5-year look back period, if it was more than 5 years and a day ago, your transfer is okay. They won't be able to touch it. And there are Medicaid trusts that you can set up to avoid that. But again, we'd have to look at your individual situation and what all that means. So, I mean, this is what, I spend my time doing, kind of trying to gather, this sort of information, for us. Because like I said, I recognize if I'm standing in a room of 10 people, 6.5 to 7 of them, anywhere from 6.5 to 7.5 of people, 10 people standing in a room don't have what it is that I know they need. And that's a sad sack of suds. I mean, to be able to walk into a room of 100 people and recognize that only 30 of them in the room have their wills, their powers of attorney, their funeral and burial arrangements, they got that stuff in order. Not only for their benefit, but primarily, if not exclusively, for the benefit of others. Because think about this. You get the last thing that anyone in your family wants to do is to find out that you've been taken to the hospital, and then you're going to have to stay, you're going to need surgery, and then the doctor wants to shove a healthcare power of attorney and an advance directive in your face. And somebody in your family, because you may not be able to, someone in your family is going to have to make that decision in a stressful situation. I've been in them positions, and I'm telling you now, it is stressful, it's painful, it's ugly. It raises feelings and emotions in you and others, but in you in particular, because you didn't even know they were there. And then if you got siblings, there's going to be this back and forth between them. And of course, the black sheep of the family, he or she don't care about nothing. Oh, y'all deal with this. I'll see y'all later. I'm going to the club. So you got all those dynamics happening. And one of your siblings that you kind of always known was this way, they want to take over and do everything. But you also know your sibling well enough to know that sibling don't do something for nothing. So you know that they're only volunteering to do this because they're looking to control the situation. Those are the family dynamics that are going to raise themselves up when that day comes for you. And so the benefit is not just for you, it's for the family, because those documents, which you are going to tell the people that you appoint where they are. Because ain't no sense in you having wills and powers of attorney and all of your burial and funeral and don't nobody know where they are. And it's not enough for you to call them and say, you'll find my documents in my top dresser drawer up underneath my socks. That's not good enough if I don't have access to your house. I don't have a key. Maybe you changed the lock and I don't have that new key. If you lived alone, how am I going to get into the house? I mean, sure, you can call a locksmith that you know to change the lock for you, but it's only going to be the one you know, or one that you may be able to bribe to stand at the house to get the lock changed to gain you access. So it's going to be something underhanded in order for that to happen. So you're going to need, your family is going to need to know, those that you appoint, they need to have copies. In fact, I can't remember, there's a couple of states, it's either Maryland or Virginia, but I think it's Maryland. Your documents at the end say that you created this document and I have left copies with, and then there are bullets for you to put wherever those documents are. That's the state's way of trying to help you create a locator file where your stuff is. Who else got your name and passwords, your username and passwords on the accounts that are on your computer where you handle your business? You pay your bills online. You don't get hard copies of your utilities, your mortgage. None of your bills come to you in the mail. You're a modern day, future forward-looking Negro. All of your stuff is done online. You got the technology, but you're the only one with the username and password even to get into the computer, much less be able to go online and take care of your needs. Somebody needs to know that. If they don't know it, the difficulty is going to set in for them. And instead of your family members offering prayers up to the heavens for forgiveness of your sins and admit you into paradise, they grumbling and mumbling like Papa Bear. Man, that nigga, he ain't leaving nothing. God damn it, I can't find so-and-so and so-and-so. And he told me he was going. You don't want them talking about you like that. Because if they start down that road, the longer your process goes, the longer that probate extends, the longer that you're in the hospital unconscious and don't nobody really know what to do because you haven't left any instructions anywhere, or maybe you left the instructions, but nobody knows where they are. They're not going to be kind to you. And the sad thing about it is, when they have the experience, it is in no way going to move them to remove themselves from the same experience that they are now having with you in the moment. It's not like they standing around talking about, you know what? I need to go and get my healthcare power. I need to get my advance directive. I need to make sure that one of y'all is able to get into my bank account. It don't do that. Because again, and I've stopped saying this, but maybe I need to go back and start saying it again. The two things we don't talk about is money and death. Those are the two things we don't talk about. Graceline being the exception. Because I mean, we set up to try to deal with money. We want to go where the money is in a credit union. You know, and in fact, I mean that's where I want to get my focus, get myself out of the debt that I'm in right now. And if I'm going to go into any more debt at all, it's going to be where the money is. I ain't thinking about trying to build 18, 20 condos and sell them. I ain't thinking about that. I could take the opportunity to do that. Don't want that. I'm looking for accomplishments that no one that I know has achieved. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for those types of accomplishments. I know plenty of people that have built buildings and homes and apartments and condos from the ground up. I got family members who do that. My own nephew. Matter of fact, I got 2 nephews that are building off of the skills that they've acquired over time, that both of them, by Allah's grace and mercy, have given me and my wife credit for pointing them in that direction. But that ain't where I'm at. Right now, I see one of the last accomplishments I want to make for myself and my family. I want my family to see that I've accomplished the goal that I've spent over 2 years doing every Sunday. That'll be enough for me, for us to be able to get this charter. I don't even have to live long enough to be able to put money in it. I just want to live long enough for them to see, damn, my dad did that. My husband said he was going to do that, and he did it. And so I'm with y'all 100%. I mean, you know, I want to keep this thing going, but it's with the understanding that I ain't got a whole lot of years left. I don't want to keep, you know, I want to start having our Sunday calls be on reports of where we are in the process of getting this open. Now, and I'm doing things to try to help that process along. But so I'm still working towards that goal. I carry around, well, I've only recently started carrying around with me the Graceline brochures. So, because if I have them with me and I run into someone, it's much easier to invite them to become a member, as opposed to me saying to them, well, look, I'm going to text you the, you know, I'm going to text you the website. You know, I mean, what I'm seeing in this process is not only do we need to present Graceline to people, but we also need to do some follow-up when the circumstance allows for it. So I'm starting to do that at the masjid, asking people to join Graceline. And then ask them the following week, the week after that, if we have if there's a masjid meeting and I run into some of these people, I'm gonna ask, you join yet? And it's with the understanding, because I know I've got to take people in baby steps. The purpose of you joining, other than the programs that we're offering, and I'll tell them about the workshop, the financial empowerment workshop. But the only reason that you're joining is because I want you to fill out a survey. I'd like to see us build a membership of at least 500 people within a 35-mile radius of some city, some location. I think it's a 35, a 33, it's 30-something mile radius around a metropolitan city. 500. So that we can at least get back 279, 280 surveys that are going to help us put the business plan together, which will then be sent to NCUA for either, and probably for tweaking, for some feedback from them, so that we can see that this ball is moving. And in order for the ball to move, we got to move. We got to keep doing the things that we're doing to get people involved, but their involvement needs to lead to membership. And we don't ask a whole lot. Name, I think it's what? Name, city, and state, email address, and I think your phone number is optional. And you're a member. But I want people to understand, again, in baby steps, that I want you to become a member of this financial empowerment tool so that I can send you a survey once we get 500 members. I want to send a survey so that we can get a business plan together for a proposed federal credit union, the Graceline Federal Credit Union. We've got to do this. We did it once. I mean, we got that letter. And, I still use that letter to, to tell people that we've already been approved for a proposed Graceline Federal Credit Union. Now, I don't get into the weeds about, the recension of that because of our failure to file those taxes, and then now we've been reinstated. They don't need to know all that. At least not in my opinion. What they need to know is what we're working towards and the steps that we have to take with their help in order to get there. So, all right. So those are my words of inspiration for today. I got nothing else at this point. I do need to drink me some water. So y'all excuse me while I do that. But the floor is open.
Assalamu alaikum, brother. That was great. That was wonderful. I do have a quick question. One of the things that you mentioned was obviously sharing account information, and probably would want to share it with the person that you've set up to be the person that's going to kind of manage your estate, whether you're in a bad health situation or, after you've transitioned, that you want that person, obviously this is a person of trust, whether it's a family member, an attorney, or whoever, to have your account information. I guess my question is, because on most of my personal accounts, especially financial accounts, it's two-factor identification.
Good.
Right? I mean, you could have the password, the ID and the password, but unless you also had the ability either to use a fingerprint or facial recognition or have some kind of a notice sent to your other device or whatever the case may be, or even your email address for that.
Yep.
On some of them, you're not getting in to that
Right.
account.
Right.
So
There is an exception to that.
And I'll let you answer that because I had
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
go a little bit further on that, is that in most cases, like with my Fidelity account, and I'll use that one in particular, you can have, you could probably get into my Fidelity account, but if you start trying to execute trades, it's probably going to ask you for some additional verification. Like you're going to need to know if you're selling something, what bank account is it going into? And those type things. And if you try to make a change to where you're directing that money to, it's going to ask you for a whole bunch of other identifying information, right? To keep fraud from happening.
That's
You
right.
know, like
Right.
a family member who might be a little disgruntled, as you mentioned, running to that particular account or any of the accounts and trying to ship some money out because they're not getting as much as they, you know, maybe they're scared they're not going to get as much as they think they should get. So they're going to try to shift accounts. So should there be a clear directive that, you know, until certain events happen, that to make any changes or to assume control of the account, that say a death certificate has to be presented along with any other verifying information?
Mhm. Um, Two things. I'll I'll start with the latter first. Um, my first suggestion um, to you is to check with Fidelity and ask them what do they have in place um, for that type of situation. Um, and this assumes that you may decide, and I'm going to use this as an example, you may decide with um, whoever the person is that you're leaving in charge of your affairs, um, you may require them to keep those trades up um, for a period of time. Or you could decide to donate some of those stock trades to, let's say, your grandchildren. Um, you could decide that those stocks should remain for a period of time until your grandchildren have children. I mean, that's the generational wealth building process. But I would first check with wherever you are trading these stocks and find out what they provide, what their requirements are in order for someone to be able to access your account and what the limits of that would be um, when you pass. And I'm suggesting that too because it's been my experience, and I raised this earlier. I'm still researching um, anyone who is into cryptocurrency. I'm still researching um, what the requirements are under that process. And from what I'm doing so far, it's literally uncharted waters. And it sounds like some of the things, one of the things that you just mentioned, you just having the password to the account is not enough. you're going to need something else, which leads me to the former issue or former question that you raised about the more common practice now of two-factor IDs. So it's not just enough for you to have the username and password. Once you pass that hurdle, then something will pop up that says, we just texted you a authentication number. Please go to your phone and insert that number here. Can't do that if you don't have access to the phone. So here is one suggestion. And I haven't checked for all of the phone carriers, or I'm sorry, of the phone manufacturers. But if you have an iPhone, an Apple phone, they have, and you can do this today, you can go to Apple Legacy, Legacy, and you will be given mostly like a QR code. It's a unique code with text that Apple will allow you to generate and then give that information, that code, to someone that you trust so that they will be able to access your account after you pass.
Now,
It
I've actually
does,
done that. I've
it
done
does
that
require a
for,
death certificate.
yeah, I've done that for certain accounts.
Okay.
So, but all the accounts that I've done that for, it's through something called a pass key,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
But not every like my United States Treasury Direct account, which
Mhm.
a lot of us bought the bonds and
Right.
stuff in. They don't allow that.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Right.
can't do that with them. You can't do that. There's another account that I have with a real estate outfit called Fundrise.
Hmm.
You cannot do it with them. But yeah, you're correct. There's a way of setting that up with certain accounts that have signed on to that. I
Right.
will check and see if Fidelity allows that. That's something
So,
I haven't thought
and the
about.
other thing too for you, and for anybody, not just you, but for anyone that has those types of account that they only allow for you to get into them. Um, I mean, a quick suggestion that I would make is that you go into that portal on your Treasury account and change the beneficiary.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've done the beneficiary stuff on all my accounts is already set up.
Okay.
So yeah,
All right.
but in Texas, where I currently live,
Mm-hmm.
all of that transition still has to, except for the stuff that's in a
Oh, I see what
trust,
you said. Right, right. All of that still
it's
needs to be
still going to go
perfected.
through probated
Right.
and
Yeah. It
the
still needs
probate.
to be perfected. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a mess. This state is a mess as far as probate because we don't have a state income. We don't have a state income tax, nor
Okay.
do we have a state inheritance tax.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the ways the state of Texas makes money is fees on everything that are exorbitant.
Right.
Fees are
Right.
incredible for anything. Licenses, doesn't matter. The fees are out of this world.
Right.
So they're taxing you that way. And they're going to get their pound of flesh.
Right.
They're going to
Now
make you go through the process.
I'll look, um, just as a, uh, just as a courtesy, I'll look and see what, I don't have the list in front of me. No, I got it filed away. I put it away when I did a presentation, but I've got a list of states that offer small estate probate applications. And each state gives you the threshold that allows for your personal representative to file an application for a small estate probate. And I'll look and see what that number is and some of the parameters for the state of Texas. And I'll just I'll email it to you. And this is only by way of giving you some additional information, because when I work when I work with any of my clients, it is geared towards setting their stuff up where you are not, even if you have to go into court and have your will probated, we do our best to put you under the threshold that the state currently has for small estates. You still have to go to probate, but the process is going to be quicker. It's not going to be elongated as much as like the state of Texas may want to collect these fees. They are, let's see. Yeah, Texas is on one of the what is termed the reasonable compensation list. Although, I think, in fact, no, I'm also going to look. I'm going to look for your state in particular to see what their requirements are for executive fees. Because if I remember, let me see, Illinois, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas. Those are states that offer compensation beyond what most states consider to be reasonable. The majority of the states in the United States allow for what they call reasonable compensation. There is maybe a dozen states that offer percentage formulas, but those 4 states that I mentioned, Illinois, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas, they're like they're the odd man out. They have a different process, and since you brought up your home state, when I send you the information, in fact, let me write this down now, right next to here. executive fees and small estate. So I'll send when we get off the call, I'll send you those two things specifically for Texas. Yep. And that'll be some other information I'll file away. So I appreciate the questions you all have been answering. Oh, and let me do this too. This is what happens with big age people. I'm making a note. In fact, I'm making a note for you, Rabani, as well. So, yeah. All right.
I sent you the address, so
Yeah.
okay.
Yep. So I've got it. Yep. All right.
And I was going to mention this coming Thursday morning, and this will occur after Adam's program, though I do recommend that you all tune in at 8 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time for Money Sense with Imam Adam Diab. But the brother that comes on after him, Yusuf Ramadan, mentioned last week that he was going to have an estate attorney, and I want to say her name is his sister. Is it India Ali, Adam, or anybody that knows that name?
Yeah,
Am
I
I
think
correct
something
in-
like that. I don't know her, so
Yeah, she's out of Atlanta. And I
yeah.
know that back, I'm going to say maybe 2 years ago, or maybe longer, Sister Amira had mentioned her and, had suggested we have her on or whatever, one of our programs or whatever. But she is going to be on Yusuf Ramadan's program,
Yeah.
which I think will start at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
No,
So
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Okay, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Right.
And that's this Thursday?
This coming Thursday. Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't know if you want to tune in and see what she has to say. I've actually heard part of a presentation that she did before, and it was not a presentation that questions were allowed
Mm-hmm.
to be asked. I mean, it was like a one-on-one thing, and it was,
Right.
you could listen, but you couldn't respond. I guess
Right.
you could probably put things in the chat, but
Mm-hmm.
if anybody knows me, I like to ask very twisting questions.
She can't do that. And that's one of the restrictions that
Ethics.
of ethics that attorneys have put on themselves. Because pretty much anytime she opens her mouth, or anytime an attorney opens their mouth, they are essentially giving legal advice. And they will oftentimes begin or end any program or somewhere even in the middle, to let people know that in this case, she would probably suggest that people seek the services of an attorney in their state.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so unless I mean, I don't know any attorney that's licensed all over the country.
No, very few.
But she may be restricted. I don't have those same restrictions, except, and I need to start remembering this, that that I'm neither an attorney or a financial advisor, and I do always suggest that my clients take any documents that I've provided to them, and to put you at ease, seek a consultation, a 1 hour consultation for the documents that I've just provided to you for review. I mean, I'm not above having my work scrutinized by those in the industry that do this for a living. I'm only providing public service through consultation. But yeah, I would want to tune in, but I will strictly be in listening mode. In fact, when I was on this recent Lifeline program, just listening, before the sister Naima came with her program, she invited me to listen to a program that was being done on wills and trusts. And the line is open anytime for people. *6 will get you in and out of, mute and unmute. I had the opportunity at any point to be able to unmute, but unless the presenter has offered something that I think is egregious, that is, if someone was to follow that advice, they may get themselves in trouble. I'm strictly in listening mode. I'm listening because I want to learn. I mean, I'm still in the process of seeking more knowledge, because none of us knows everything. And if I take the time to listen, if I take the time to take notes on what it is that you're saying, I may have a different approach, or I may have a different opinion than what you do. But I'm going to be silent. And like I said, unless you say something that I think is going to be somewhat problematic, which did occur at a time to be grateful in Washington, D.C. I was on a panel of where an attorney was sitting and offering advice. And when it came time for questions from the audience, another attorney raised her hand to disagree with the attorney who was sitting on the panel. And the two of them were going back and forth in the session. I mean, and the room was, the room, by Allah's grace, was standing room only. And they're going back and forth. And the issue that they were going back and forth with was where you should put your will. Once you complete your will, where should you keep it? The Muslim attorney made the suggestion as to one place you could keep it would be with the masjid community. The masjid in which you attend, with their secretary, or, he may have named some specific people, but essentially he was saying one place to keep it would be with your masjid community. She, on the other hand, did not recommend that and gave I think the word is a plausible reason why you wouldn't want to do that. I mean, it wasn't super strong, but when you thought about it, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. But she had suggested a safe deposit box. And what ended up happening, how I got involved in this, is I was to have presented after the attorney finished. And he was finishing, had finished, and was asking questions. And so I had my presentation lined up. I'm ready to go. And they still going back and forth. So I interrupted them. Now, normally I wouldn't do this, but now you cutting into my time. And I interrupted them by saying to them, both of y'all are wrong. You need to stay out of this. I agree with the sister that the masjid might not be the best place for it. But I also disagree with her that it needs to be in a safe deposit box, and here's why. When you get a safe deposit box, if it's not a joint box, you cannot gain access to a safe deposit box without a court order. You coming to the bank and presenting a death certificate and your identification is not going to get you into the safe deposit box until a will that may name you as the executor has been probated through the court, and you have a court order that says you are the executor of the estate of Brother Abdullah Shabazz. Without that document, you are not getting into that safe deposit box, even with a copy of the will. And so that's the only time that I interrupted someone else's presentation, because I thought the two suggestions that were being made, if people walked out of that room and followed those suggestions, that on that day, when Allah called them home and your family is looking for that document, looking for your will, and you put it in a safe deposit box, if you left it with the masjid, you may be in for some big disappointment. Your family is going to be in big disappointment. You ain't going to have to worry about it. So I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. I'm going to make an effort. In fact, let me complete doing it. I'm going to put it in my phone now. So Adam, inshallah, you can look forward to me being one of your guests come one of your listeners come Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. I'll be on, and then I'm going. Now, when your program ends, I can just stay on the line for the next program because the number's the same for everybody.
Yeah. He comes on the same.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we had a request to continue the discussion that we started last week, and so what we did last week. Help me out here.
Well, we were talking about initiative and where intent for the most where intent starts, and whether the intent starts in the heart. And of course, there's a whole discussion about the heart itself. When the Quran talked about the heart, what it's talking about, right?
Right.
So, does it start in the heart? Does it start with the soul? And if it starts with the soul, of course, I threw this in. Got it. I'm going to throw some mess in the game. If it starts with the soul, does it start with the premortal soul, the soul that's in the presence of Allah before you're ever here, right? Or does it start at birth, with the animation of the soul, so to speak, in the human being? Or is there some link to the mind? Man makes mind. Man means mind in the consciousness. Or is all of this connected as one? So we were talking about that because we were talking about where we have to start as far as our growth as an individual Muslim, our growth as an ummah, of what place the heart really kind of has in that. You got to feel things in your heart. You got to believe in your heart before you can accomplish anything. That's part of what I remember.
Yeah, that's the impetus of that discussion was that hadith or the saying of the prophet,
right?
Where it says, if you confront a wrong, remove it with your hands. If you can't remove it with your hands, then speak against it. And if you can't speak against it, then hate it in your hearts, right? So a brother said, well, the Imam gave a different insight of that. He said it has to start in the heart, right? And I thought about it. I mean, I guess that's true. But if you can't act on the feelings of your heart or whatever the motivation of your heart, if you don't act on it, then what use is it of being in your heart if you can't act on it? And we're talking about this in this society. A lot of people hate what's going on,
but they ain't doing nothing about it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they evidently they hate it, so that feeling starts in the heart. But I can understand the saying is that's the weakest of means. We got a lot of weak, good-hearted people out here.
Right. And if one of the finished quotes of that I've read is that the cry in your heart should be so loud that Allah and his angels hear it. But that's going to take a whole lot.
Tyler, how do you prove that to your brother and your sister?
It's impossible. It's impossible.
And we got too many people right now telling us what.
Yeah, I think if it gets to that point, that the cry in your heart is so loud that Allah and his angels hear it, I can only see a couple of things happening. One, your heart is going to bust from the pressure and the tension, that you're feeling in holding all of this in and not let it go to that next step, that you say something, words come out of your mouth. All right. I mean, and with the ultimate step being you laying hands on it, to stop or prevent it.
But here's my point. And I think that one of the comments Thursday was just on that. Whenever you say that, they say what do they say? Allah understands, or that type of thing.
Mhm.
There's a whole lot of people telling us that Allah understands it. Allah's going to come to rescue, whether it's true or not. Whether
Right.
it's true or
That's
not,
right.
they
Right.
already claiming that. So I don't
Right.
have time when I'm in distress. I don't have time to figure out if what he's saying is what Allah is doing.
Right. It's going to come into fruition. That's right.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
Because it's going down right now.
Right.
now.
That's right.
So I don't have time to say, is he right? Is he wrong?
So
all this back and forth.
part of my argument that I made, and thankfully Imam Yusuf Ramadan allowed it to kind of carry over into his program to a certain
Right.
extent. Part of the argument that I made is when I'm confronted with a situation, and I'm just going to throw myself in here and keep everybody else out of this mess. When I'm confronted with a situation, I'm going to Quran and Sunnah to look at that situation through that prism. And I would hope I make an intellectual or reasonable decision that this is right or wrong. And if I make a decision that this is wrong, then my heart may feel that wrong, or maybe my heart had already started to feel that wrong. It's hard to determine where one begins, the other ends, how much the overlap is. But the Quran teaches us different stages to use your intellect to determine whether something is proper or not. And that's like the first step. That's not my heart necessarily. My heart's involved, but that's not my heart. The way that I have come to understand the heart, and even listen to Imam W.D. Muhammad's lectures, because there's a level of emotionality that's involved with the heart. That's one of the reasons it's seen as being one of the weakest links. So I'm acting as an individual. Hopefully, I'm acting within the bounds of the teaching of the Quran, Sunnah of the Prophet, so on and so forth. And at a higher level, I'm acting in mutual consultation with my brothers and sisters. And a lot of that is beyond my heart, for example. And as I told them, I'm not excluding the heart. I'm just saying that there are levels above it. And that's what the Hadith says to me too, that there are levels above it.
Yeah, that sounds like it was a good program.
Yeah, that's why it was talked about, going back to it this coming Thursday.
Right. So the plan is to continue that conversation
On Adam's program.
this Thursday, inshallah. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So yeah,
Brother got to come with his quiver full of ayats.
yes, sir. Yeah, you will. Yeah, who was it? What was that? That group, Heat Wave. Ain't no half stepping.
No, not at all.
Don't come to that program half stepping.
In the book, The Treasure Under the Wall, there's a section that says that in Eden, talking about Eden, where we first started, man's first conception of his existence as a thinking being. And the Imam says, so then to bring him back, he has to go back to origin or back to Eden. What is Eden? Eden is the first conception or his first awareness of his existence as a thinking being in creation. Before man made anything, there was nothing man made. There was nothing he could point to as his own work. That is going back in his thinking to the origin. So that is what you have to do. You have to go back to the religion of origin, the origin upon which he structured man or fashioned mankind, society, and everything, men and women too. So he made that statement in the book that's been published by Ronald B. Shaheed. And then it's page 206, if you want to see it, and it's all concept, it's all in context. Heaven now or later. So it touches on many of the points, but it gives a real clarity about when you start being aware of having an existence as a thinking being. So you don't have anything to work on except the art, what God structured you on.
Right.
So,
Yeah, that's the state that we go back to
Mm-hmm.
in the end.
Mm-hmm.
When you go back just purely to being in the presence of Allah.
but,
Because at that point you are not even, everything is there for you. Let's put it that way. You don't have to plant any seeds. You don't have to fertilize, you don't have to water, you don't have to create any living conditions. It's all there for you. And the status that we were in prior to our physical presence being manifested on the earth was that state, our souls in the presence of Allah. This is my understanding.
Yeah, excuse me. Let me give jump in here a little bit. I think that, matter of fact, we all, I would agree. I would think that whatever we're doing here is just preparing us for what we're talking about, the hereafter, as we would state. But here, when we get into whatever discussion that we're in now, Allah always says, or the Quran says, take it back to Allah and His Messenger. So that takes us back to thinking. It takes us back to consultation. So, there's nothing that appears in the Quran that is not here also, because there's only one life. So we just become the extension of the life that we do have here. But this is the book, and this is guidance sure without doubt. So, everything that's a problem here has an answer in the Quran, it's more than one answer. That's really all I'm really saying. It's more than one answer. So, life, the same life that we have here, there's an answer for it because it affects the world. Whatever's going on, whatever problems, whatever, and Allah's guidance is what brings an answer to it.
In this video, I want to talk to you about how you can with just $300,000.
Yeah, well, it's just an idea,
No, that's perfect, because that takes us back to Quran and Sunnah.
Tell me that.
Right? And that's thought, that's intellect, that's reason
So if you have a little bit more
at progressively higher levels.
with $100,000, it doesn't mean you need to save usually for
The thing that we don't add to that we should add to that,
then you can retire,
is that you cannot have perpetual
So first question,
consultation.
higher with 100,000 a year.
At some point in time, you have to act.
To achieve with a 300,000 portfolio. The answer is
I see it like this.
in the case, 30%
And
return.
I say is,
You want to calculate how much
when you go out to battle, right? Leave a party behind, and why are they left behind?
So that they can continue to think and plan and protect and all of that stuff.
And they can teach the ones that's out in the
Right.
field of battle.
Right.
It seems to me that everybody have become the people that stay behind. You understand? And there are people that should be out here in battle, and everybody else is staying behind to teach the people that have been at the battle, right?
Right.
So when they come back home, you can bring them up to speed.
Yeah.
And sometimes some of us that's out in the battle are so upset because there was some able-bodied people that left behind. We come back, I really don't want to hear nothing they got to say.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, because you weren't out there fighting the good
Yeah.
fight.
Receiving no harm.
Right. No, that's right.
I'm sorry, I hate to be like that.
No, that's the truth, though. But those people give them grace by
Right.
quoting Quran and saying, "Let there be a small band of you that do such and such." Oh, we only need 3 or 4.
Well, you look. I mean that.
No,
But-
that will never pass muster with me. As that's how you absolve the fact that you sat on your behind while everybody else was working.
Well, but Allah addresses that in Quran too. When He talks about those of you who stayed back, when
Well,
you
I
should
said-
have been in the party that went forward.
Right.
He said not equal.
That's right.
Right. Right.
That's right. Yes, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yeah, but
Oh, man.
but I'm telling you, man, that intelligence, it's coming up there neck and neck with and I'm telling you, in a photo finish, that intelligence may come out to be the winner.
Well, I mean, if man means mind, what is that saying to anybody?
Well, remember the first words that came to the Quran
Sights.
was Iqra.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, and I mean that's where it all began with that's where when I think about it now, that's where it all began. Alazi Alam Bil Kalam, the pen. I mean, it takes intelligence to write.
Right.
All right.
So
Alam Alam San Ma Lam Ba Lam Ya Lam.
Right.
Taught man which he thinks he did not know.
Correct. Here's the one caveat I would throw in there, and this does not dim any of what you just said, is that prior to that message being delivered, Allah chose a person with a sound heart.
Yep. That's right.
So the prerequisite to all of that intellect having any kind of an impact on the human being or positive change, let's say, is coming to Allah with the sound part.
Right. And we're the ones who teach, and rightfully so, that the Quran was placed on his heart.
Right. And that was an argument that somebody made on Thursday, right? Imam
Yeah.
Adam? Somebody made that argument on Thursday.
Right.
And that's a tough one to come back against, right?
Right.
I mean, that's almost like mic drop.
Yep. And what does Allah say in Quran? Alam al-Bayan taught him an intelligent speech.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can parse the words, and I often do this, looking through different translations of Quran to see how certain words are interpreted in terms of translation. Because sometimes when you read the Arabiya and then it's translated by someone else, they're translating that language based on their understanding. Because I can't think of them, right now off the top of my head, but there's some words that don't translate. So what do you do with that? And oftentimes what I've seen is those words end up in the interpretations or in the translations in parentheses, because they don't necessarily, translate. But I can see where a discussion like this can come over 2-3 different time periods. They can be a part 1 through 6.
Right.
Yes, indeed. Some questions can be answered easily, but that one is tough. Now, but I will say this, and this is just from a personal observation or me observing myself personally. I know that in the last, I would tell you probably the last couple of years, I have been avoiding constantly inserting myself into these minute by minute news cycles. And there are parts of it that I can readily admit, when I see anything associated with this president, I've gotten to a point now where I've become numb to just seeing his name anywhere associated with an article, because I know it's going to elicit it's going to elicit this feeling that there's nothing I can do about this nonsense. I mean, it's beyond my scope of being able to understand this person's thinking and what I could do about it. I mean, I think in our lifetimes, all of us have faced different sorts of personalities, different, one of the things that Imam D. Muhammad taught us about the prophets, alayhi salam, was that they were all types, with the exception of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, God's messenger, our prophet. There's no evidence of any of the other prophets or messengers ever existing. There's no direct evidence that they ever existed. And so when I heard the Imam say that they were types, that's when I started studying them a little closer to see what types they were. And they each brought something different to the table. That then required me to think about, it requires you and I to think about types of people that we know. That type that always wants to be out front. That type that always wants to be in the back. They're quiet. They don't say anything. Those are types of people. This guy, I don't recall. Yes, I have seen and been around his type. Guys that know everything, guys that will just blurt stuff out without even thinking about it. Just I can't use certain language here, but just stupid stuff. Yes, I think we've all been around people like that. And we had a solution. We could stay away. We could walk away. We could avoid that individual. But this, I don't know how we do that. I don't know what to do with that, with this and the power that comes along with that. Things that don't even make any sense, that are contrary to what we have all considered to be like normal behavior. But then I always come back to this, and I'm going to close with this. When we look at the world, for the most part, every country or nation, with the exception of ours, has centuries-long history. We're what? Less than 300 years old?
250 this year.
All right, 250. We're infants. I don't even know. When I compare us to other countries that can go back centuries, man, where do we fit on that timeline? We're at the very end.
Yeah, that's an interesting argument. And when I hear anyone say that, I caution them to study the history of other countries. And one of the things when I talk to my older son, one of the things that I'll always bring up when he's talking about other countries being, more advanced in this area, that area than the United States of America, is to remind him that France, for example, between the years 1787 and 1792, just go back and review how many changes of government and how many constitutions they had just in that short time period. So and the fact that the kingdom, quote unquote, of Saudi Arabia, how long has it actually existed? And we know Arabia's been there for a long period of time, but as a body, how long has it actually existed? And it's probably just past 100 years now, maybe. Not their fault, because the British and other people cut those areas up into what we now view as countries.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at just a lot of countries around the world, are they anywhere close to being in the same form that they were, say, in their celebrated period?
Mm-hmm.
And how long did those celebrated periods last?
Right.
So when the Muslims ran, Southern Europe, for example, that's one of that and the what is it? What am I trying to think of? The Asian dynasty that lasted for almost 1,000 years and swept all the way to Europe.
Genghis Khan.
Right, and all of them. So that was the longest. People like to talk about the Roman Empire. No.
Right.
The Khan dynasty was the longest preserved dynasty in the history of the world, followed by probably the 700 to 800 years
the Moors.
that the Moors ran Southern Europe.
Yep.
Right. But after that, it's only closed countries like Japan.
Mm-hmm.
But within Japan, they had so many different civil wars, changes of leadership, that there was no stability there.
Yep.
So the calamity that we are as the United States of America, far from perfect, is still a pretty solid, unified front to this point in history.
Mm-hmm.
We're hanging on to the last vestiges of that.
And there's a whole lot of us hoping we can survive at least the next couple of years.
Exactly. But this is what I say to us. And in kind of answer to your question about we have no idea what this particular president is thinking up at this very moment.
Right.
The thing that we
I'll tell you one thing.
Go ahead,
I'll
everybody.
tell you one thing he's thinking about. He's thinking about how he's going to get out of this situation with the Epstein files.
Well, yeah.
And he's preparing for this spring and summer. He's got to act spring or summer in order to initiate martial law to not have voting occur, and he's dropping that seed every
other day,
once or twice a week. That's right.
Yes, he is. I agree. I agree with that. Here's for us though, because I'm concerned about us. In any time that you have unstructured madness, and of course, when I say unstructured madness, I'm also saying that there can be structured madness, which there can. But when you have unstructured madness, what's our intent?
Whose intent?
What are our plans to move through it and to move toward justifiable goals that improve our condition? And as we well know, if our condition improves, the conditions of the whole world improve. So like here at Graceline, we've never taken our eye off the ultimate goal. Our steps may be pedantic in some people's minds, but they're steps forward all the time nonetheless. We haven't stopped. And we could probably go around our community, around the country, and we can see other examples of that. People have a goal, they're going to increase the size of their community, they're going to build a new masjid, they're going to build a school, they're going to start a school, they're going to do this project and that project. All of that is good. And within our body, this is just me talking now. We need to coalesce and celebrate all that and put all that under one roof without connecting it. I understand Imam W.D. Muhammad's argument that you don't put all that under one shell and let them drop one bomb and all of y'all are gone. I understand that. But the forward momentum on all fronts, we can celebrate that. And we can start talking about all of these different fronts, all of these different advances as being a part of one emphasis toward something that is good. We can even put some titles on it, is that we want to actually improve the society by certain things that we are doing in a unified fashion. Even though you can't come, you're going to have to chase all around the globe to get all of us. You can't drop it on bombs, but we can celebrate each other.
Well, the challenge is, how do we support something like that when the tendency is trying to put somebody in charge? You understand?
Yes, Adam, let me interrupt you just for a second. I'm gonna let you continue. The perfect example of that happening on whatever scale even you want to say it's happening is 150.
Well, think about, remember in the history of the prophet, the seed of the prophet, they said that the enemy would infiltrate the Muslims and they would observe them from afar and they couldn't tell who the leader was.
Correct.
Do you remember that story?
I remember the story, and I remember perfect examples actually of when it occurred in history, recorded history, right, of people thinking that, oh, this must be his servant. No, that was the caliph. Right?
Right.
But he's walking and his servant is riding the camel.
Right. They couldn't tell the leader. Today, we can't wait to be named the leader.
The leader, in this case, I guess the servant is carrying the camel and the leader.
Oh man!
But a lot revolves leadership. So we'll just maintain our course, and it'll come about properly. Look at where we were. I always kind of congratulate America. Look at where we were. It just 60, 70 years ago. Let alone plantation night. Look at where, and now look what Allah has done. He's taken the plantation, non-educated in the sense, but he took the one who the builders rejected, the stones that the builders rejected, and made them the cornerstone of a new institution for human development. And that's why I always mention that if America wants Americans who are drowning in their tears about the situation, read Quran, follow the lifestyle or the life pattern of Muhammad the Prophet, and I guarantee you, this is just a bump in the road. Most of these people are just followers of these cruel and wicked this religious order. They got a religious order that's wicked. And the Quran, in the second chapter of the Quran, it talks about the Beni Israel and Moses having to deal with these type of people. So, we just have to be patient and work hard. We're doing what we're doing this morning. What we're doing this morning is the key to freeing the slave. Because see, our country is full of, and Allah says about debt and riba. I don't think you could get Imam Talib, I don't think you could get as much debt going as we have as a country to fix that. Huh? How are you gonna fix that? If you had, if it was left up to you, how would you get out of that debt? Huh?
Right.
So, and all they have to do is sell those treasury notes, treasury bonds, and call for them. What you gonna do then?
Well, I'm gonna tell you how you drastically reduce the debt in the United States. And that's 2.5% of the net worth of every American citizen on an annual basis. That's how you do it.
That's how you do what? Oh, you're talking about
that's how you start reducing and ultimately wipe out the indebtedness of the United States Treasury.
Well, you had to have some people in charge that's seriously wanting to do that.
I understand.
And
I understand.
See, where we are now, it isn't that the leaders of America don't know the Quran or they don't want the Quran.
Right.
Did I show y'all that sister last week that's running for office in Durham?
I showed it to you.
Oh, you showed it to me, yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna show that.
I didn't see that.
You didn't? Let's see if I got that. Long story short.
Okay.
Muslim sister, registered Republican, is running for the state senate out of a district in Durham, right? And you remember her name, Edward?
No, but I can look it up real quick. Yeah, just keep talking. I'll come up with here in a second.
Her first campaign flyer that she put out there, she was in full hijab, right? And Edward had the nerve to ask me, "Do I know her?"
Lakeisha Alston.
I said, know her. I can't even see her face.
Oh.
I can't even see her face. How do I know? What's her last name? Alston, right?
Alston, yeah.
Yeah. So share my screen. Let me share the screen.
Okay, hold on one second. Let me get to that. All right. Should be co-host.
Okay, all right. So,
Put it on.
Rebani, you know her?
Go ahead. Oh,
Oh no.
oh, I've seen, no, I've seen her. I've seen her many places in the Middle East. I've seen her many
Oh man.
places. You can't
Hey, look,
hide from me. Hey, you can't hide from me.
yeah, I don't recognize this one
So
with the
you in the
red dress
deserts
on.
and the mountains, every
She had somebody said that was in the New York Post. I didn't see it, but
Hey,
someone
listen,
said, huh?
listen. These people, you know, these
Is she a
Israelis,
beekeeper?
man.
No, I was reading the comments.
Watch out.
Is she a beekeeper?
Ah,
Oh my
so,
goodness.
so
Oh
then,
Oh, there
then
she
she had,
is.
you see it now?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, let me just increase the. Oh, she got a
So
nice,
now
nice smile, and
did
yeah. So
somebody else
what was in
post
what was?
that first picture?
She
No,
did.
that's her.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
she
her.
posted it. Okay.
Yeah, when she
Yeah.
first came out, she posted that.
All right. Hmm.
And then
Well,
they
she
said
got the
they
attention.
got some replies, so she came back and posted had her hijab off, and I still don't reckon. I don't know who she is, and I don't even
See,
know if.
that's why. Yeah, that's the.
And to be
This is why we have
truthful,
to.
to be truthful,
Huh?
I don't know if this thing has been doctored or not.
Exactly. You know how AI is, man. Now.
Yeah, they might have doctored the first one when they came back with that one. I don't know, but she
Did
had a
you did you see the preacher with the little short dress on with high heels? He had
preacher or the
a
preacher's wife.
suit top. No. This was a preacher in the pulpit. They
No.
had him with a short little mini skirt
Did you say
and high
him?
heels.
Him? You said him?
Yeah.
Oh, damn no.
Your ears don't fail you there, Edward. Don't fail you. And I don't
Uh,
and look here, and I don't stutter.
wow.
Man.
Oh
So
my goodness.
it's crazy.
Yes, this AI is a mess,
Ain't,
man. I'm
ain't it
telling
though?
you.
Ain't it though?
Yeah.
But
Oh my.
Uh,
it is crazy, man.
yeah.
But
It's
that's
crazy.
that's the test for the. I mean, the believers. We we expect we these things. I do, at least I do. I expect these things to happen because it's the time.
Yeah.
It's the day of this is the day of judgment. This is a time in which you'll see things, and you have to put it in a religious perspective,
Yeah.
and then you'll understand. You'll have great confidence in the religion that we have been on the Surat al-Mustaqim on, and we don't fear that these things occurring. These
Right.
don't bother us.
No,
It makes us more determined.
this right. This is why, as you were just saying, that we have to have our own clear direction of where we're going individually and where we're going as a body,
Right.
right? The
Actually, as
Mustaqim on. Go
the
ahead.
family,
Go.
yeah, the family, they're, I mean, the children, remember now, Pharaoh has always had that. He only had one type of methodology, and Iblis. One is uh, cause the people to have fear of loss. Okay, number one. Number
Mhm.
two, corrupt the language. Words make people. Hmm? And you can see, okay, they take that, words make people. They'll take that with the imam established, popularized, but they knew it in secret. And then attack the women, keep the women and kill the leadership, the male. And you can see what they're doing with our young women and girls. My goodness, I sometimes I get shamed just running across something that I saw on YouTube. You really have to go through things if you're looking for a specific story. You have to keep moving, because if you stop, my goodness. Yeah, and the behavior of the women will reflect on the children, and the children will reject anything that an adult will present, and have don't have a show. Remember now, Pharaoh was the one that made monumental things, to put fear and put in a situation where, like for instance, these ICE people, to Caucasian people, that, oh my goodness, this is terrible. I said, well, welcome to the life of the Black man in America. This is what we go through every time we turn on our engines and go just to get a loaf of bread. Because you have that kind of it's like a vulture flying above you. Don't know when it's gonna come down, looking for something dead. Okay. So we have to just keep going with what we're doing, and do not fear or grieve. Allah says, those who believe in God and work righteous good deeds, their reward is with their Lord. They should not fear or grieve. Okay? And be determined about that, not just wishy-washy.
Yeah.
So we have to hold on to that. Hold on to the rope. Don't let the rope go.
Exactly. So I know most of us have to go, but I'm going to throw something Imam Talib's way, because I failed to mention it earlier, and we don't have time to discuss it today. So this is just something you to mull over until the opportunity comes up to eject it again, whatever your response is. But I was on a program probably about 2 weeks ago now, 10 days or 2 weeks ago, and one of the participants made a statement, and I think I brought this up last week, but Imam Talib, you were on Study Al-Islam, so you did not hear this. But one of the participants said that my non-Islamic children, neither one of my sons has taken Shahada, cannot inherit from me because they're not Muslim.
Yeah.
So just take that and mull it over, because somebody is going to open their mouth and say that again.
Okay. I'm writing it down. I'm writing it down now. And yeah,
Imam Talib, Talib. Edward. They might not be Muslims now, but they might be.
There you go, brother.
Later.
There you go. There you go.
Look at
Allah.
look at us.
Only Allah knows.
Look at us.
Exactly. Look at me. Look at me.
That's what I'm saying. Look at us. Allah didn't give up on us.
And even more specific than that, and if you're looking at it directly, where in the Quran,
right? That's where I was
Muhammad,
going.
did Allah say that?
That's right.
That's how I mean.
There
I gotta
you
kill
go.
that.
That's where I'm going.
Now, if it's in there, I stand to be corrected.
corrected. That's right.
if it's in there.
Well, it ain't gonna be hard to find, that's for sure. Because
That's right.
I mean, because there are specific
Yes.
ayats, and I mean more than one.
And
You know
go to Surah 4 and get most of them.
right. Nisa, the women. Yep.
Yes.
That where you're going to find the answer to that question. And so, and I guess, and I'll see, I haven't seen it yet, but I'll see about any reports, any authentic reports coming from anything the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam may have said. But I don't know of any reason why you would, maybe you just non-Islamic children. Okay, so does that also mean for those Muslims, men who have wives that are not Muslim, they don't receive inheritance either?
Or parents.
Or parents. Right. Now,
well, that's a cultural expression or statement based on these people's tribal and cultural practices.
Yeah.
I believe you're right.
Plus, it won't fly under the laws of the land you live in.
No, it won't. Because in fact, I have, listen, I have an entire, I haven't expanded it to every state, but just in the DMV, I keep a file. I got it right here at my desk entitled Rights of Survivors.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Mm-hmm. That here in the DMV, long story short, you cannot intentionally write your spouse out of the will.
Here's how you get around that, Tyler. Tell the wife tell the judge he's trying to impose Sharia law.
Yes, sir. That'll do it. That will be the final nail in your coffin.
What was that, Adam? I missed it.
He's trying to impose Sharia law.
Yep. Tell that to the judge.
I need to be a lawyer, man.
Yeah, if the judge hears that, oh buddy, you can best believe your last will and testament is gonna be torn to shreds. You ain't gonna recognize it when they through.
This time, let me say this before you go. This is my prediction for the future. Y'all seen the stuff on the new Black Panther Party?
Yeah,
no, I missed something. That. I haven't seen anything.
Oh man, all on the social media giving out threats. I said to myself this morning, he's gonna be the first one to get one. That's all this Caucasian need, a radical Black Panther Party out there.
No, man. That's part of the setup.
I know.
Part of the setup. That's what I'm saying. Just like that shooter that shot the ear off of the president.
Right.
What happened to that ear? That's what I want to know. What happened to that ear,
dude?
I want to know why the agent cut his ear or put some blood on his ear like that, dude, when he went down.
You cannot regrow ear.
No, you can't. I know. That's what I'm saying. I said, what happened to the ear? Okay. So what I'm saying is this: all these things are props to manipulate the thinking people, or the lack of thinkers, to react, and then to enact gangster policies. That's
Yep.
all.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
You know, I mean, Israel. I mean, why? Now you want to jump on Iran? Now, look, the people. There's some things. A lot of times, some countries need to be jumped on. All right, but anytime you see people whipping their own ass, okay, every year with a strap all the way down the road, whipping. You say to myself, I said, well, why do you want to whip your own ass? I guess that's their culture. That's what they had been groomed into. And now the world is seeing you, and you say you represent al-Islam. No, there's nothing in the culture or in the history of the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, where you saw people who are Islamic believers taking a strap and whipping your own backside for miles to celebrate or to, I don't know what you mean celebrate. I think if that's what you call celebration, what do you call misery? And now you have all these people. I don't know whether it was artificially generated, their bodies. Nothing you can believe, like your boy said, fake news. And then you act on fake news. Look at this. And you never. And then these are the people never went into the military. Just making all these policies, big shots. Every time I think about situations where I could have been killed easily, and Allah bless me to get out of that situation. Yeah, I mean that was just in the street. I mean, just every day, Washington D.C., Chicago, overseas. I mean, and then they talk like like it's off the cuff. No. When you confront it with the actual situation where it could, your life can be taken, you don't be trying to be philosophical, All you doing is calling on Allah. You see? So these people never had that kind of, and then when you do that, when you have people who've never, everything has been given to them, they never had to struggle, they never had a street fight or nothing. Come on, why would, and people don't know this because they've been, this generation that came up after us, they soft as butter, man. So it's easy to manipulate their thinking, and especially with this AI.
All right, brothers, I'm gonna get out of here, man. I gotta.
All right.
All right,
Well, I'm going to ask Imam Talib to officially close us out and send us on our merry way.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Rabbana hasnatan afirakirati hasnatan akina dabinar. Oh Allah, give us good in this world, good in the after, and defend us from the torment of the fire. Alhamdulillahi Rabbi Alameen.
Ameen. Alhamdulillah.
Ameen.
Assalamu alaikum,
Okay.
brothers.
All right, brothers.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam.
Okay, bro.